Alright, whilst I was starting the game up, there was a screen. What did it say? Welcome to Season, A Letter to the Future. This work of fiction was designed, developed, and produced by a team made up of different cultures, backgrounds, and beliefs. Any resemblance to real places, entities, and persons living or dead is purely coincidental. We invite you to explore and enjoy this experience at your own pace, the Season team. I don't know anything about this game. It's one of those games where, just like Until Then, really, I saw it on the PlayStation Store, and I was like, "That seems interesting. Let me put it on my wish list." And then months later, I come back to it and pick it up. Of course, with Until Then, I was prompted to do that because I saw a YouTube video essay about it. I watched like the first 30 seconds of the essay, and I was like, "No, I want to play this myself." Which is also the same thing which happened with Celeste as well back in the day. Like I watched RT Game play the tutorial, the opening of Celeste, literally just the opening game. I didn't even watch him play the old city. I didn't even watch him play the first proper level. I just watched him play the opening level, which is like a minute long. And I was like, no, I want to play this myself. I played it, and at the time it was my favorite game ever. Not anymore, but at the time it was. Uh, with Until Then, I saw it on PlayStation Store. I added it to a wish list. So I thought that looks really cool, but I didn't play it immediately because I do have for so many fucking games. I have hundreds of those games wish listed across all my consoles. I have loads on Switch. I have loads on Xbox. Loads on Xbox. Obviously, on Xbox, that's fucking what, like 14, 15 years worth of a backlog of wish listed games. PlayStation, it's a couple of years, and Switch as well, also a long time. There's a lot of games on Switch which I bought, which I just never played. I have a lot on the Switch, technically. Um, which I would be more open to playing if I could stream them. I did recently play Florence, and I wish I could have streamed that, but nah. I probably could. I think I know roughly what I'd have to do because I've been able to get OBS working before. So if I really wanted to, I probably could try setting up OBS on my laptop, and then I think I'd have to get a capture card, but I can afford that, I'm pretty sure. um, but yeah, so I love giving attention to lesser known games. I don't know how well known this game is, but I've never heard of it before. Never heard anyone mention it, and again, like I just saw it on PlayStation Store, and nothing this time around, nothing prompted me to come back to it. With Celeste, I saw RT Game played it. With Until Then, I saw a video essay that I was like, oh, okay, I've actually seen gameplay of it now, about 2 seconds of gameplay, and I've heard someone say it's good. I'm gonna go play it myself. With this, nothing. I was looking through my PlayStation wish list because I wanted something to play after Clair Obscur. I don't think I am going to go back and like try to 100% the game, or at least not now. um, but I was going through my PlayStation wish list, and I was like, "Oh yeah, this game looked cool. Fuck it, let's buy it." I think it was on sale, so this game did not cost me a lot. I don't think it's very long. This may only be one stream. Um, but yeah, immediately that's interesting. It's made with Unreal. The logo was there on startup, and yes, interesting message there from the developers. I know it says it's an atmospheric game where you're riding a bike, basically. I mean, languages. I don't know what language that is. uh, Something's telling me that's Chinese, not Japanese. But I mean, I could be totally wrong. Let's go with defaults. I always love it when the game's settings give slight, vague spoilers for what's happening. With Until Then, that made me think it was a rhythm game. Because in the settings menu, there's adjustments for the rhythm game. But of course, that's once for like 3 minutes in a fucking 20-hour game. But as I went into it thinking it was a rhythm game, uh, it'll be chill. We got it. And I assume we'll see the credits at the end of the game, so let's go. Also, of course, let's hope this doesn't break my PlayStation. There's actually a system update for it today. And I do feel like since then it's actually been doing slightly better. Who are you? Right, let's lie down.
Who are you? I don't know, but I'm writing to you anyway. Where are you? How far in the future? Where'd you find my journal? I may never know, but you can know me from what I put down on these pages. I come from a little village in the mountains. No one has left here since before I was born. But our lives changed overnight, just a few days ago when my best friend had a prophetic dream. A vision that the elder said means this season is going to end soon. The world is about to enter a new era. A great change is coming.
That's a face.
Everyone was afraid. I was surrounded by questions and I began to feel how little I know. What is this season that is about to end, and why is it ending? What exactly is out there that could turn the world inside out? If there are still voices singing and laughing in the wilderness, I could record them before they're gone. I also thought of my dad, who always wanted to see the outside world but never did. So, I asked if I could leave. The elder had one condition for letting me go: that I take what I collect to the museum vault, a palace of art and memory at the edge of the earth. She says it's the only place safe from the turmoil of a changing season. I hope that's where you're reading this now. I can't stop the change that is coming, but this time on Earth could live on in these pages. What it looks like, sounds like, how it feels to be alive right now. I'm writing to you at the crack of dawn on the morning I leave home. I can smell breakfast cooking in the other room, and I can hear my mom's voice.
All right. Hmm. Oh dear. Olden days unknown. Season of modernity. Season of industrialization. Golden season. Cultural exchange. The war. Great War, which lasted 10 years. Season I was born into. Okay. So, Industrial Revolution, Renaissance, even though Renaissance is before. World War One. Okay, so obviously, I mean, there's hardly any point in me trying to compare them. This is completely different. Oh, wait. Okay. Alrighty.
My bag and Dad's camera, ready for the great departure.
Why does that look trippy?
3, 2, 1. Hooray! Mr. Lotto's here.
I love how accurate that is to, like, obviously I have plenty of Build-A-Bears, I have 3. I've not tried their voice boxes in a long time, but I do remember that their voice boxes would fucking decay. Sound so strange after a while. You can only inspect things left to right, can't fully roll them around. Ten poems. Nope. Nope. No. 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 Nope. Ah, fuck.
The burner's on the table, ready to make a pendant. Mom is cooking sweet bark soup. She got out some old tapes.
You're up. What are you doing standing there? Time to get going. It's gonna be a beautiful morning. I'm making progress. I found the burner, camera, recorder, travel bag. Breakfast is in progress. Still gotta make a pendant. We haven't used this in so long. Good thing I saved the instructions. Just as you would use a shield to protect your body, an identity pendant protects your mind, your thoughts, memories, everything that makes you, you. We don't wear them here in the village anymore, but if you're going into the outside world, I'll feel better when you've got a pendant shielding you. I will worry until you're gone, and then I'll have total confidence in you. In times of war, a pendant can be used to identify a body. Let's skip that part. Objects have 2 layers, the physical and the mental. The pendant needs to absorb both. 1. Collect a sentimental object for each sense: sound, smell, feel, sight, taste. 2. Feel the sense and speak aloud a memory of the object. 3. Feed the object into the burner. The memory will leave the speaker as it is transferred to the pendant. That means I'll forget the memory after I say it. It's supposed to be painless. At least. No, you must remember everything. That's your role. The pendant needs this little sacrifice. I want to be sure it works. Don't be afraid. A few memories is a small price to pay for knowing you'll be safe. Okay, so this old tape should work for our sense of sound. I remember. You and I fell asleep listening to this tape. Your dad came home. We all rested together until it got dark. What an odd feeling. Like an absence, disappearing. The empty space fills itself back in until I forget that I forgot anything at all. I'm glad I'm only losing a few memories. If I lost too many, I wouldn't even know who you are. You should pick the rest of the objects. I'll lose the memories, but you'll have them in a pendant forever. So they should be important to you. They should be parts of your identity you want to be sure to protect. So think about what these items and what the memories would preserve about you. Let's do smell next. Find an object with a strong odor and that holds a piece of you.
Interesting.
Sweet wax honey. How I've tried to save things.
We're going for smell. So
Ancient,
that does make sense.
perfume, sweet. Nothing is ever lost.
I want to see our options first, but I have a feeling it may take a while.
Childhood. Too sweet, too old. I always wanted to experience new things. Nothing. I used to see souls everywhere. Granite, seaside, darkness. This speaks to how my mom loves me.
It's one of those things where, like, you take a print. I had one of those. Don't know if it's still in my house somewhere, but I had one for like my hand and my feet when I was like 5, I think.
Honey, wax, baby, waves. I was loved by people I have no memory of.
Okay, we missed this picture.
Nothing. I was born in the glow of my parents' love. Nothing. I remember who my dad was.
Alright, smell.
Nothing.
What was this? Just a bell.
I always looked for other
Is
worlds.
she saying nothing because it doesn't smell of anything?
Tangled nest, sour play. This speaks to how my dad loved me.
Okay.
Nothing is ever lost.
What did you choose for smell? Let's breathe in deep. Your dad used to bring these flowers home from his climbs. They only grow high up in the mountains. He was a great climber. He even found us a new source of water. I hoped after he would climb less, maybe even retire. But he always wanted to explore, and the only direction to go was up. Maybe the Elder is letting you leave out of guilt for what happened to your dad. If someone has the energy to leave, it needs to go somewhere. He fell into the Fitz ravine. We never found his body. But doesn't he rest with us at night? Doesn't he appear in our dreams? How can such a human being depart this earth without leaving behind a trace? A trace as strong as the flowers would still have their scent. Darling, I don't want to lose this one. I can't lose this one. Can we put the flowers back, please? Thank you.
Interesting. Right, what are the what are the other ones? Let's go with this.
What did you choose for smell? Let's breathe in deep. This kind of candle keeps someone alive for the time it takes to burn. Just a few hours when death is nearby. It can be enough for last rites, last words. This was Grandma's candle. She didn't want to use it. You spent a lot of time with her when you were a baby. I realized she wouldn't live long enough for you to remember her, or for her to see you grow up and discover what kind of person you'd be. So in a way, you don't know her, and she didn't know you. And yet, she loved you. I don't know where love goes, but it belongs to you anyway. Now touch. Pick something with a texture you like.
My bag and Dad's camera.
Oh, you see, we can't
For the great departure.
chuck these in. Yeah.
Creased paper lines. I take care of fragile things.
So what did you end up choosing? Okay, feel the little bird. I remember your friend Pate made this little bird. You wanted to protect it, keep it like a pet. I thought it wouldn't last long. It's just a bit of folded paper. But you took good care of it, and years went by. You'd done it. It was still intact. That was when I started to understand what kind of person you are. You will chaperone these delicate things into the future. I'm fine. Let's do sight next. Pick something that looks nice.
Looks nice.
my hand when I was a child. This speaks to how my mom loves me.
So, what did you end up choosing?
She gonna say fuck no to this?
Oh, I remember it so well. It's not as bad now, but in the old days, not many children lived long enough to grow up. We believed if a child could make it to the age of 9, they'd be all right. This print was made of your hand when you turned 9. Your father and I couldn't believe we really had a healthy girl. An old deep fear inside of me finally went away, and we saw you would just keep growing and growing, that everything was going to be okay. For taste, we can eat breakfast and feed some to the burner.
Oh, I was saving the sweets. Never mind it.
The memory I'll lose is the one we're forming right now. I want you to have it forever. We're standing here. You're having a last taste of home. Now you're protected by lost memories. A gem of home around your neck. This is my only condition for letting you go. You must promise me never to take the pendant off. And never tamper with it. Okay? Then I'm okay with you leaving. I think your camera and bag are still in your room. It's time to gather them up.
Getting this kind of graphic style to work in Unreal must have taken a lot of work. The thing is, Unreal is designed around you assuming you have hyper-realistic graphics. So whenever you go for something stylized like this, you have to fucking fudge the engine to make it work. Like 2D
I've
pixel
lost
art and stuff
so much.
is a nightmare in Unreal.
How could the world ask me to lose you too? Look at us. There we are. There we were. We'll always be right here on this beautiful morning.
Don't leave a trophy. I didn't read the description. God damn it, why don't I display the completed trophies first?
I just performed a ritual with my mom. The moment has passed, but I'll record it in these pages for you, for the future.
Ah. Journal Beautifier. Complete customized page. Oh, no, I
I
want to
never
put my
knew when
bag
my
on.
mom would share a memory of Dad while cooking, on a walk, with no warning.
Getting a little bit
Knocked
of
the
audio
wind
problems
out
on my
of me.
TV already. It's really annoying.
Rituals take this grief and give it a shape and a story. Filling in this journal is a ritual too, but for a loss that hasn't hit us yet.
New stamps and conclusion. Ah. Oh, we can scale things. Oh, that's not quite what I thought it meant.
I've brought tools to record the sights and sounds of this season. I'll start by recording the only place I've ever known.
Okay, there's got to be a way I can move faster. Camera's slightly weird. For some reason, sometimes when I press down, it actually goes up for a moment. It's weird.
Public sleep music is a tradition of ours here. When the music ends, the village will begin to wake up.
That aspect ratio is really heavy.
Last night there was a goodbye party here in the plaza. Everyone was so afraid for me. To understand that fear, to understand where I grew up, you have to know the man standing watch over the plaza, Dr. Fumio.
Jesus. Thank you.
A wish fell off the tree. I'm not supposed to read them, but it might be good for you to have an example of one.
See, that on the left there is why Unreal doesn't do well with any kind of stylized graphics.
I can go against tradition a little for posterity. This is the cafe where my dad used to read his poems. He wrote one for me. Maybe he wrote it for you too. Pate's little daydream of leaving this place, of seeing something weird. Dr. Fumio said the dream sickness was caused by something very powerful. He wasn't able to cure it. Dr. Fumio and his son founded Kero back in 776. They live on through our traditions. There are 3 murals celebrating Dr. Fumio's work. Kero Village is nice if you're a child or an old person. But for those of us in between, I need to leave.
How much stuff can I take photos of? All of those are registered, I think. I mean, this one doesn't have a particular line to it, but
A village that was created as a place to heal. Is that where my instinct to try to help comes from? It's so strange to imagine I'll be shaped by places and people I haven't met yet. So strange to imagine that I might feel at home somewhere else.
But you said it's interesting because it's something I remember a lot is Bernie Burns of Rooster Teeth, one of the founders of Rooster Teeth, talking about how his mother died before he even founded Rooster Teeth, which would, of course, go on to, by his own words, he considers it his life's work. So he said it was a strange thing that his mother died before she even got to see what is like what he considers the most important, most significant part of his life. His life's work.
Smells like an old man's toes dipped in cinnamon. I had to drink this gross potion last night. Like my pendant, it's supposed to protect my brain. This is Dr. Fumio and his son. The statue isn't as old as it looks. The artist wore it down to give it a feeling of ancientness and the authority that comes with it. Remembering everything must be painful. Dr. Fumio brought peace to so many people here.
Memory excess. That's the same thing.
The elder sought out Dr. Fumio to cure her mother, who was suffering from time misperception.
So is that part of our village over there as well? Right, what's this instrument? Is he up here?
I remember soaking my feet in here on hot days. Pate loves fish, even though nobody here has ever seen one. is a healing instrument.
The
created by
controller
Dr.
vibration that
Fumi.
gave me was really weird.
It draws on the pure mountain air. Dr. Fumio was an important person, but we also just have a need to put a human face on events that are beyond our control. He may have felt just as scared and helpless as everyone else.
I don't know if I'm a fan of the aspect ratio. I usually go with real. It's surprisingly tense.
I go fishing here with my best friend Pate, even though there's nothing to catch. We both appreciate the silence. Karo Village was founded during the modernity. Much later, Dr. Fumio arrived and remade it in his image. This flower means you're in my thoughts. The morning after the search was called off for Dad, our doorstep was covered in them. The ruins in the distance were used to make us afraid of the outside world. Dangerous and impossible to reach, they said.
Can I really did that? I was just like record and take photos of wherever I want. How's that work with storage space?
Is it recording?
Yes.
Okay. How to leave home for my daughter. Find a sacred square of earth. Lay down so you have the dirt at your back. Close your eyes. Close everything. Do you see for yourself? You see for the dead, for the unborn. Do you listen for yourself? You listen for the dead, for the unborn. Your ancestors are in that dirt. All the living and all the dead are holding you up. Now, stand. They're still there, aren't they? It's time to move. To entangle yourself everywhere, with everyone. So the next time you lay down in the dirt, you will have so much more to tell them.
These bikes were used by messengers a long, long time ago. Pate fixed up 3 bikes instead of 1.
So now if I let go of triggers, I can just jump straight in. A little bit awkward to get a screenshot there. It's an awful lot like trains over there. Seems if we want, we can just fucking farm this. It doesn't seem to matter what you actually put in, just we put in something. And so we recently had the Xbox Game Showcase and Summer Games Fest and PlayStation's whatever the fuck PlayStation has State of Play. Is it? Um, there's nothing I'm interested in. I'm slightly interested in the Xbox handheld, mainly because I was already interested in the Steam Deck, and it's possible that the Xbox handheld will be like just straight up better. Possible. Don't really know anything about it. And game-wise, the only games I'm really excited for coming up is the new Silent Hill, and it's just horror games. There's quite a lot of horror games set to come out in like October, and that's basically all I'm looking forward to. There's one called like Ill, which seems interesting potentially. There's the Silent Hill. There's another one which I'm now forgetting. We got Resident Evil 9 announced. Going back to Raccoon City is fucking brilliant. I'm sure actual Resident Evil fans have been begging for that for fucking best part of 20 years now. I myself have been very interested in that. Granted, obviously, though, I've only really been into Resident Evil for the last like 6 years, which fuck is still a while.
I can see in these letters that the outside world has extremes, of beauty and tragedy beyond anything I've known.
Oh, what? Okay.
You were right. The letter never made it. The season before this one, the war, seems so horrible.
Well, thank God we don't have war anymore.
In the village, these cranes look like little creatures, grazing. I had no idea how huge they are. That poor baby. Before setting up in Kero village, Dr. Fumio roamed the land curing people. It must have been hard when he wasn't around anymore, especially for people who couldn't travel to the village. Traders used to come to the outskirts of the village. The war put an end to this.
That looks like something over there. Maybe not. This is a really interesting way to transport goods. This sort of stuff would have actually been done. Fucking, like, mine carts. Which are then loaded onto fucking... Oh.
Someone carved notches in the bamboo for the wind to flit through, so it can sing. I heard at some point the tides got less predictable. Places flooded that never had before. I forgot what I was going to say. We learned about old technology in school, but not much about animals. What are these strange goat-like creatures? Are they simply goats? My first time petting an animal. I think it went pretty well. cycled through landscapes, seeing them for the first and last time. I had no idea when I left my home how the season would end, or more importantly, how soon.
Oh, we're fading to black. I wanted to do a quarter of water. Okay. Oh.
On a cold, damp day, I feel true loneliness for the first time. Nobody could have described with words how big this world is, how it goes and goes. I passed through it, where others passed before me. I feel nourished in these sights by the unfamiliarity of it all. These means of connection, long in disuse, are certainly telling me something about the world. Will they be used again in the next season? When a season turns, the reasons behind things might disappear. But the engine may survive. The power is not lost. It's just buried a little. This person wanted the season to change. Why? They wanted the season to change because they were so alone. One melody is like me out here alone. I can't really live like this. I have a feeling they use these music boxes to fall asleep. Two voices is like me and my mom. We can survive, but eventually you need more. Three voices as complex as life is supposed to be. They kept themselves company with music. They used the walls like I use my journal. Looks like they made it out of here. But what is this group? In the empty places, I found companionship in the tapes I recorded before leaving home. The elder told me the story of her life. I listened back to it, ready to note down anything that seemed important.
Let's set the scene for the listener, whoever that might be. This is the elder speaking. We're sitting in the plaza, saying goodbye to a dear soul. We're here to see if there's anything useful in my mind that could help you on your trip. A century's worth of memories, dreams, fantasies, visions, like a big, old, haunted library. When I die, this library will burn down. But which book should we check out first? I don't have all the answers, but I do feel the story of my life could help you understand what kind of world is out there. It's okay not to understand everything right away. The moment may pass before you've gotten a firm hold on it, but as long as you're there to witness it, to take it down in your journal, you, and others to come, will someday take the time to make sense of it all. First, I got old. That's an important step. Being an elder is all about how you react to strange events. The key is not to be surprised, but kind of frown, look serious, and say something like, "It begins." Never say, "I don't know." Say, "We dive into a pool of uncertainty." I was born on the ocean. My mother and father worked on a cruise ship. The short-lived but glorious watery republics, floating cities. Most won their independence by the time I was born. How can I describe them? They were a jewel of the golden season. Pleasure boats with a radical political program. How nice. The golden age was a time of flags, logos, mottos, mastheads. My mom taught me to read them. She was the ship's philosopher. My dad was a recycling engineer. Recycling on the ship was a matter of life and death. We had to get the most out of every object and watt of energy. He struggled against waste and entropy. It was a never-ending puzzle of inputs and outputs. The waste of one system could be the source material for another. It was stressful work. I remember one time asking him what the trouble was. He said, "I'm trying to create a system that is more efficient than the human body, which had millions of years to evolve and still has vestigial organs and dies if it doesn't have water for 3 days." His name was Murat Kale. I loved the way the ship would tilt and roll with the waves, especially as I fell asleep. It was so comforting. Picture me as a kid in bed, feeling the swaying of the ship. It was like being rocked to sleep as a baby. I loved exploring the ship too, wandering through the suites, the swimming pool, the game rooms, and oh, there were 2 dance halls, a large, elegant one and another one in the basement. A lot of my firsts were down there, my first dance, my first kiss, and so forth. Our ship was taken over in the early days of the war. That was the end of the watery republics. I heard the dance hall in the basement became a weapons cache. Took me half my life to say goodbye to the world I knew in my youth. Imagine me and my parents and everyone I knew being escorted off the ship by a company of soldiers. And I'm thinking, I hope they don't make a mess of my room. I was embarrassed by the younger kids who were crying their eyes out, but they knew, I guess. Even as things got bad, I couldn't imagine the changes were permanent. It's easy now to look back and say the internationalism of the golden season was violently breaking down. You can be naive about all kinds of things, but not war. Most of my life has been spent in isolated communities, and the one moment I was in the wild world, you couldn't pick a more chaotic time. And we had been warned the season was going to end. Oh, but we didn't understand the warning. You see, one night, along a coastline, we saw beautiful lights shimmering above the water. Later, we found out this was an ancient warning system. It hadn't been used in so long. We didn't know what it meant. We just thought, well, ain't that pretty? We tried to stick together and camped out on the coast of the prismatic grounds. A kingdom of art and science. They got rich during the golden season. Everything that made them beloved before the wealth came. Passionate, uncompromising, self-obsessed, made them unbearable once they had power. Artists make terrible kings. Are you sure you want me to keep going? The story gets darker from here on. Okay, so conditions in the camp were getting worse. My mom got lost in thought for long periods of time. She'd be completely still for hours, days even. We realized she caught, well, now we call it time misperception disorder. It's when you lose your ability to tell how much time is passing. A minute can feel like an hour. A day can pass in 10 seconds. We don't know exactly. Our consciousness is delicate. There are minerals and sounds that can adjust it. Dr. Fumio's greatest fear was that someone would use this as a weapon. We heard about a traveling doctor who could cure these kinds of diseases. I decided to go find him. I found out his name was Dr. Fumio, and he traveled with his son Lucio. People talked about him like he was a god. I described my mom's condition to Dr. Fumio. He said there was no cure yet, but there was a village high in the mountains. He thought it was high enough he'd have a better chance at treatment. Lower places are more dangerous. Valleys are the worst. He invited me to join them in going to the village, but I wanted to go back and get my parents and bring them with me. I packed my things and got ready to leave the next morning. At night, my mom came to me in a dream. She was standing in a field of flowers. I'd grown since I last saw her. We were the same height. She pressed a finger hard into my palm. She taught me well. I knew the meaning of the gesture. I knew no matter what I did, I'd never see my parents again. In the morning, I told Dr. Fumio I would follow him to Karo village. The next few weeks were very physically tiring, hiking, climbing. And when we found the village, building, planting, cleaning, Fumio brought sick people from all over the world, and they got better. The treatments worked. Everyone was healing. So why couldn't I? One day, we got word the war was over. We never found out how it ended. It was like peace just swept over the earth in a split second. There was a party in the plaza to celebrate the end of the war, but I couldn't bring myself to go. Yes, it was over, but it had taken my home, my family. That night, as I was falling asleep, I felt the bed tilt and sway gently, as if it was being tossed on the waves of the ocean, as if I was back in my bedroom on the ship, as if I was back in my mother's arms. being rocked gently to sleep, I knew I was finally home, and nothing could hurt me.
That was really interesting.
I imagined coming upon a place as hidden and singular as my own village. Eventually, I found myself circling a valley, looking for a way in. This valley is asking people for a visit. I should oblige it. We never used this kind of technology in my village. Nobody trusted it.
I need to go have a dinner. Oh, nice. Right. Back to it.
The elders said that people were exhausted by symbols after the war. But here are a few hanging.
Oh. The valley. One second.
I'm not the first to do this. Just the first in a long time.
Is that a strotophob? What are they called? What is it? I love old gear like that. It's getting more and more rare. I had a camera, but it broke. Not that interesting of a story, I guess. What are you doing here? The whole thing, huh? You're young. You got time. What kind of stuff are you recording? That's the way to do it, if you ask me. If anyone asked me, I mean. The valley would be a good place to use those tools. Too bad it's closed down. Let me finish up here, huh?
It seems like I'll have to wait for night to enter the shrine.
Hey. This was like a second home for a while. That was fun earlier when you showed up. And I was carrying the cardboard man. You were like, who are these guys? I've been pretty bored here. You know, the valley's going to be flooded soon. That's why nobody can go in there. The dam is falling apart. It's too old. There's nobody left who knows how to repair it. We're taking it down so we'll know when it'll collapse. It gives us time to evacuate everyone. Greyhounds. We're a community organization. We do all kinds of fun stuff. Health clinics, mine sweeping, daycare, evacuations, weddings. We're new. It was supposed to be because we're helpful yet neutral. We took a vote and decided to change the name, though. We want something more friendly sounding. I'm excited to find out what it will be. We're trying to get new things going. But it's hard. The past really has a tight grip on people. Doesn't feel like a fair fight. So we're trying to, well, anyway. It's funny. I stood guard here for a week, and I've only seen Greyhands like myself, and Valley people on their way out. But now I see you, and you're like a new element or something. I've never met anyone doing what you're doing. And we Greyhands gotta support new things. So, I'm not supposed to let anyone in. How can I? Jeez. I think you should go down into the valley and take a look. Gotta try something here. Dang it. I was trying to wink. Well, you get the idea. Go on and put that old gear to use. You can take my map of the valley, too. I don't need it anymore. I'll be down to pick everyone up around midnight.
Wait, that guy talked sounded a bit weird. Does he have a time sort of thing? The way he talked did not quite make sense there. He had to, like, us talking to him, well, showing up was a while ago when it was, like 10 seconds ago.
I met a Greyhand. He let me into the valley. I think he wanted me to record what the Greyhands were up to. And he gave me a map. The assembly point seemed like a good place to start. Time seems to pass differently around here. I feel so heavy and so light at the same time. I'm not really alone. I'm with myself. I'm with the earth. The elder warned me about valleys. She said they were dangerous. I feel a dulcet tension in the air. I enter to see the moment between seasons. I'll think about what kind of visitor I want to be.
This reminded me of Pacific Drive. The thing about Pacific Drive is that I really liked it a lot of what I played. My problem was just that it kind of got really repetitive because the fun part of the game was coming across new anomalies and stuff, and gathering more resources and making new upgrades. There's a point in the game where that like really slows down, and also of course like once you encounter most of the anomalies, a lot of the anomalies are also just like variants of each other. So by that point, it instead stops becoming interesting, and then it also becomes more difficult, and some of the difficulty is not really fun. Like, ship just shuts down your car and just basically makes it really difficult to survive. It loses what made it most interesting to me, whilst also then becoming more annoying. So that's why I stopped Pacific Drive, but I really liked it at the time I did have it.
I am probably the last person that will ever be welcomed here by this sign. I have wondered about the lives beneath unkept graves. All above will remain, all below will wash away. The elder told me there's very little information about the years before 500. I wonder what the flowers have to say.
God of sleep, I've been gathering Harpic, and I've been gathering courage. If my big prayer is wrong, If it goes against divine will, please spare the people of this valley. We're so desperate for peace.
A memory told over and over again. She must have been important to have such an elaborate solitary tomb. These metal animals are looking up, expectantly.
The people here are so weak.
I heard gunshots last night.
That was us. What is that?
Look at the pond, the water.
What is that pattern?
Should we run or something?
Something frightening happened in this memory. But what was it?
Why would someone credit themselves as local artist?
It sounds like they want to adapt their organization to the people in it, and not the other way around. I never learned about this technology in school. Could it be emergency rations from the war? I will leave it alone. There's a number to call for questions regarding the dam. There must be a lot of people going to the city if they need to keep track of them with cards. Imagine if the man I met is the only living Greyhand, and the rest are cardboard. The Greyhands want to end this season. They say they're going to build the next season. How? The Greyhands are the future in all its uncertainty, the good and the bad, the hope and fear of progress. The loneliness of this season will be left behind. A collective project is coming. It's hard to imagine something new, a new way of living, but they're trying. The elder also said low places are dangerous. The city is high up like my village. Maybe it is safer. The Greyhands seem to care what people think about them. The artist has depicted the Greyhands as a child. They don't have faith in their capabilities, but see them as innocent? There seems to be suspicion about the real condition of the dam and why it's being taken down. I should put the voice in the ringing sound. Then you wouldn't need to pick up.
Oh, thank God someone is still down there. I've been trying to get a hold of someone for hours. Oh, thank you. I forgot the Day Zero materials. You know, the visual literature, the warm bath of ideas? I left it at the dig site. It should be sitting on a barrel with a fruit sticker on it. Oh, wait! Hold on. I forgot to do the secret password. I don't even know who you are. Is it too late now, you think? Okay. What day is the day after tomorrow? Phew, okay. I did figure you'd be... Sorry, I didn't recognize your voice. Hard to keep track of all the new recruits. What else was I gonna say? There was vandalism on a few of the posters. Bad stuff. I put them in the trash. Keep an eye out for more. Anyways, thanks for answering. The Day Zero material is in the dig site, pretty sure. It should be sitting on a barrel that has a fruit sticker on it. You know, I guess I was going to say you could bring it to me, but the flood will destroy it anyway. So actually, I was worried for nothing. Everything is lost in a flood. God, we really know what we're doing. I'm excited for this all to be over. I'm excited for this all to begin. Bye-bye now.
Is that your name on your collar? Let's see. You are Madrigal. And you are Mata. And your name is Tupet. I wonder who named you that. You are a cow and you are named Krasnahorkai. A beautiful cow named Gorp. This machine looks powerful. It must have done the work of many people. The name of this cow is TVC15. Oh my. And the seventh cow's name was Balto. The cow is called Frenzy. Another cow, another perfect name, Nellie.
Wow, we got a big show today.
Huge show.
Breaking news. The Greyhands have died.
We're being reborn, baby.
And we're taking suggestions for our new name.
Live on the air suggestions from the rank and file.
You don't even need to be a Greyhand to suggest a name.
True, true.
The number to call is 0019. That is 0019. First caller, hit us with a name.
Hi, yeah. I was thinking the bricklayers.
Okay. Bricklayers.
Laying some bricks. Well, yeah, thanks for the suggestion.
We'll be taking them all afternoon, so keep them coming.
That number again is 0019. You're listening to Greyhand Radio. We are broadcasting live from Greyhand HQ.
And we're going to take a little break.
If the Greyhands are changing their name, you'd know them as something else. These people had to leave so much behind. This Greyhand kid just wants to be loved?
I recognize you.
Yeah?
You're the famous doctor. That's your boy. The one with the visions. I'm right, aren't I? I won't tell nobody.
We're just passing through.
I have a niece. She hears things. Voices of the dead.
I can't help you.
Please, give it some thought.
I can't treat anyone here in this valley. This is not a place to get well.
Where is?
I'm working on that. Take care.
It's surreal to find a piece of Dr. Fumio's past so far away from Cairo. This structure doesn't have a use like the ones in my village. I think it's supposed to make you feel something, or to have a place to think. I smell hay, rust, and old warmth. A symbol and a name, the Void. These stones must represent the three gods of the valley. Their names seem important. The Void sounds ominous. There's a field of purple across the river.
I recognize you.
People here are so...
A green space. I feel memory in the air like pollen. It reminds me of a poem my dad was never able to finish. The first line was, "If you want to awaken the dead, just whisper. The process of taking people out of the valley was also a kind of ritual, a way of bridging one life to another. They know the world they're leaving. The next one hasn't been created yet.
Wow, we got a...
Compared to my village, they lived in the open here. They lived on the land itself. I hope in the future, at least some people are still living like that. The symbol and the name are different here. The din, 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 like an echo from the past. What is a symbol but a word without a sound? We have Dr. Fumio's cures to negotiate with the exigencies of life as a conscious being. Here they have a religion. The form changes, Our needs remain the same. This stone is to worship the tide. The tide, something calm that comes and goes. There is a subtle but pronounced smell coming from beyond these gates. Fruit and incense.
The humble birthplace of our true and local religion. I love that sentence. Is that supposed to be demonstrating some extreme cognitive dissonance? I too am extraordinarily humble. The humble birthplace of our true religion.
This shrine is where it all began. I wonder if there are still monks in there. It'll open at night. I wonder if this god is supposed to be missing part of their face. Then was my first time being in a car as it was being cleaned. Moving through a tunnel like being in the mouth of a whale. The prayer gave me a memory that isn't mine. But it feels like mine now. It seems like it came from the golden season. In Cairo, we have a statue to remember Dr. Fumio. But this statue is meant to be worshipped. Those slips are prayers to this god for memories? I've been given so many memories here. I hope I'm able to pass them on through this journal. There is something calm and descending about this statue, like falling slowly. Those slips are prayers to this god for sleep? Tide.
Oh. I prayed to see you again. I didn't expect it would be in a dream. Life listens and then it does what it wants. We have to make do, darling. I've been thinking about how much the season needs you, and how the season after that will need you desperately. I wish I could help, but this is a brief dream. What can we say? Oh, that's good. That's a relief. Maybe I won't remember this dream, but I'll try to hold on to the feeling of relief, to carry it into my waking hours. I don't know if you will, but I know I will see you again. For so long I'll think it'll never happen. I'll almost make peace with having lost you to the world. But then all the work of my grief undone in a moment. And I saw you again. Oh, I wept and I laughed. Someday you'll have a child of your own. Someday he'll want to see the village where his mom was born. And I'll be here, waiting for him. We'll stand together, just like this. I have a million questions for him, and he'll have a million questions for me. But before we can say a word, I'll look into his eyes. And I'll see you looking back at me. Take care, my darling. It's time to wake up now.
This god put me to sleep. I got to talk to my mom. Sleep is the shadow life that connects us all. It gives a cycle to our days. A reset, a reflection, remembering and forgetting at the same time.
Okay, that's really cool. So I've only just really figured it out. But if you don't touch a camera at all, it does just automatically follow you like this. Right now, I'm not touching the left stick, the right stick even. So the moment I touch it right there, then it does that, and it becomes a little bit jerky. But lens back in, and it starts moving. That right there, I would know personally. That can be a nightmare to program. That seems to me to be moving camera along a set path. Making something like that happen can be shockingly difficult. Because I did that in my game. That can be shockingly difficult.
Weird. This looks like it was drawn by a child. This must be the dream sickness. They'll sleep forever. All my life I've heard solemn references to the war. It never reached our village, but it touched the lives of our grandparents. What happened here in the valley, and how did it end? They believe a prayer put the soldiers to sleep. Is that possible?
Everyone's here. She's really going to do it. How can she be sure?
The shrine is protected.
How does she know?
Sonia knows.
Definitely feels like this was inspired by Outlast. Big difference being, Outlast's recording feature, I don't really like it all that much because you're not actually recording anything. All it does is you point your camera and you record it, but like it doesn't actually record it. It then just gives you like a journal entry. Whereas this gives you both a journal entry and actually records it, and you can actually look back on it later.
Protect the people of the valley.
Plus, ultimately, I mean, we're recording to have no consequence in the story. And thematically, they also aren't that important either.
The elder showed me this symbol. The soldiers are from the prismatic grounds. That last line is kind of disconcerting. The people here weren't ready for a war. I'm looking at a memorial to the lost, the killed, and the maimed. Yours. Music from a trio of performers. The metal, the breeze, and my mind. This machine fueled countless tourists motoring into the valley. Supply lines must have been cut off when the war started. This is an actual car. They used to be everywhere. Trying to imagine this place full of tourists, bustling with fumes, automobiles growling for territory. What did Ga sit on? The scale of the old world grew beyond human proportion, maybe beyond human feeling. The parking lot will never die.
She's really going to do it. How can she be sure?
I really wonder how you program an unstuck system. Thing is, the way I would think of it is like maybe the same way you generate like a nav mesh for AI movement, you can generate like this is the game space where the player is supposed to be, and then just like find nearest. Because that's also like in say like Mario Kart or any game where you can fall off a ledge and then it like teleports you back up to the top. How does it decide where to teleport you back to? There's no way the game just like records your position every single time you move, and then like just returns you to that previous position. Because first of all, that's not what it does a lot of the time. And secondly, obviously that would probably be a computationally taxing, and also may not necessarily work. That could soft lock you, in theory. So I really wonder how we do it. I imagine it's probably one of those things which is actually quite simple.
The war was its own season, but the trauma of it echoed on into this season, haunting it.
I was about to suggest maybe it's not a pre-programmed path. Maybe it is a maybe it instead takes a lot of math from like nearby geometry and stuff. But no way, the shots it gets are way too perfect. It has to be a pre-made path. I mean, the camera is the easy part of like the spline stuff. In my game, of course, I had a brief segment where it becomes a side scroller, and you move the player along a pre-made spline, like Nier Automata. But actually more complex than Nier Automata. Even then, I realised what I was trying to do was kind of actually even more complicated. Because Nier Automata generally only has you actually move in a straight line. Sometimes it has you curve around corners, or very suddenly turn corners, but it doesn't usually have just curves in the path and stuff. But I was trying to do that as well, to make it even harder for myself. On top of that, of course, I had the camera moving along a set spline. And so for a camera, you can just set it to the nearest spline point, and it will work fine. So that might be what they're doing to us with this. But I don't know if you would get the movement to be quite that smooth. But I suppose the problems I had was like when the player jumps, because it gives a really quick vertical drop. And also, you need to be very careful of how you actually design the spline in that case, because otherwise it will jump based on the player's movement. Okay, I feel like now is a good time to start mentioning what I actually feel about this game so far. The aspect ratio is becoming less of a problem for me the longer I play. Music and such, I do quite like it. The atmosphere isn't super strong to me. It's definitely there, but I find there are way better examples of really interesting atmospheres. Story-wise, so far, I am interested in a couple of things. Some of the dialogue is a little bit weird. I don't mind if they didn't even try to lip sync it. That's fine. Fucking Genshin Impact can't be bothered with it. Right? If Genshin Impact, which makes fucking hundreds of millions every month, can't be bothered, look, should they do it? Yes, they should. But I'm not going to complain about it. It doesn't really make the experience any worse. It would be better for it, but it's not like it's bad because of the lack of fucking lip sync. It's fine. I'm feeling like right now, yeah, like the atmosphere is not incredible. It's not super impressive. The music so far also isn't very crazy. It is quite low key, but it's not all that crazy. And also I feel like the way this game is doing things is quite heavy-handed. I'm not a fan of stories where, like, the religion is true. Not because I'm an atheist or even anti-theist. More so because it's very safe to me. It kind of takes away a lot of the intrigue. And it also just makes it a whole lot less believable and harder to be invested in. But when you're, like, obviously because of how fluid religion is, when you then suddenly declare an in-universal religion is correct, it makes the world a whole lot less believable. Just due to the nature of religion. And often due to the nature of these things happening. So like that, combined with a lot of the spirituality and the themes here being quite heavy-handed, it's irking me a little bit. But it is interesting. I really like these like drawings of stuff we've been finding. So far, I'm fairly interested in the world. I'm having some slight problems with world building here because it's weird. They're talking about this area like it used to be a tourist spot, but obviously no one goes around places. They have phones, and apparently we know that phones exist because we weren't like, what's a phone? No, we knew what they were, but we don't use technology. And why is there such a gap between our places? Really doesn't. Obviously, they said it took us weeks to get here, but even then, I don't feel like they've earned like the isolation of these places yet. The world building just feels strange a bit. Yeah, it's a bit strange. But I really do like how you have to fucking I do love a bike. It
I knew
feels
my brain
surprisingly
was
good.
doing something
I love it when there's a little bit of effort to do even tiny things. Holy shit. Like when you have to press the triggers in time to accelerate the bike, that feels really nice.
I thought I'd wake up with an idea for a new shape or color. Everybody would love my new shape or color. But instead, my brain gave me a dream which made people afraid.
Also, I don't really understand why they went for comic book style. It looks pretty nice, but I don't get why they went for it thematically yet.
Which is making you leave. The dream scared me, but also made me glad to be alive. I am happy to keep living. I don't mind. The Elder said it means this season is ending soon. I want to tell you the dream now. Let's shut our eyes and lay on the roof. We are already on the roof. That's good. I'll speak the dream out loud and you imagine it. You can close your eyes now. I'll tell you when to open them. I am in the forest. The sun is bright. My stomach rumbles. I'm hungry.
Is this person meant to be autistic? Because
there are fruit trees.
That's what I'm getting
path.
right now.
I look for one to pick, to eat. I climb up one of the trees and reach out to grab a shining red apple. I blink, and suddenly the apple is rotten. It looks like it's full of spiders. I blink again, and now the apple is just a baby apple. Not ripe or rotten. I lose my balance and fall onto the ground. The apple changes colors. Some are eaten. Some disappear. I hear a voice. Someone is there with me. I try to recognize who they are, but their face keeps changing. They're kind of everyone. I tell them I'm hungry. I want what the earth is trying to give me. They say, these aren't apples. They're memories of every apple I've ever seen. There's something wrong with my eyes. And there's something wrong with the soil. They say I need to look into the sun to clear out my vision. They say we're going to look together, and that when we do, they'll melt away. They want to. Then behind them I see you, watching from the shadows. You've been taking notes on everything. This makes me feel better. I turn my head and I let the light in. I lose track of everything. When I get my senses back, I find myself holding a round, red fruit in my hand. I don't know what it is, but I take a bite, and it's the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. Then I woke up. You can open your eyes now. You probably have questions. It wasn't only my fault that the apples were acting funny. It seemed like the natural world, or whatever it's called, the land didn't know what time it was either. The soil had to forget a little. You were there, but you were separate. Whatever happens to us, we need you to keep an eye out. Somebody has to stay normal. Somebody has to not look into the sun. I feel like everything is happening the way it should. But I still wish none of it would happen at all. I wish my dream didn't mean anything. I wish we had wasted more time together. I know. Thank you for reminding me. Well, go down this roof together, and you'll keep going down and down, down into the heart of the world. Thank you for listening to my dream.
We're already 40% done on trophies. So far, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours, and it hasn't felt that long. Obviously, I spent like probably a good half hour at eating dinner, but regardless, we're like at least 2.5 hours into a game. Doesn't really feel like it's been that long. Yeah, that camera movement's way too smooth. It's based on some kind of pathing. How do they get to just do like a smooth turn like that? That's crazy. Also, of course, the thing is now I don't know if I can blame any performance problems like those texture pop-ins right there on the PlayStation or if it's the game. I am fine to blame Clair Obscurs on Clair Obscur though, because from what I've seen, other people had similar problems. Not to mention, I only started having those problems when I started playing Clair Obscur.
These patterns, what powers have they had and lost?
It's still possible that Clair Obscur is what fucking bricked my PlayStation.
This is the symbol of the god of sleep. Sleep is a kind of shadow of life.
PlayStation hasn't bricked yet, and I stopped playing it. Did I uninstall it? Yeah, I think I did uninstall Clair Obscur just to be sure, yeah. So I've uninstalled it, and if my PlayStation doesn't brick again, at that point, I think it would be safe to conclude it is actually Expedition 33, which did actually brick my PlayStation. And so that would be really bad for a game.
I'm not sure what to think about this.
Which would suck. And it's not unheard of for a game to do something like that.
This instrument is so beat up, but lovingly preserved. It must have played some important tunes. This instrument is so beat up, but lovingly preserved. It must have played some important tunes. Too bad this is sold out, and happened 100 years ago. What a cheap-looking contraption. I'm not sure what to think about this. Stone and soil, water and wood, a collection of samples of the ecosystem of the valley. Is the ecology of the valley the root cause of everything that happened here? I'm looking at a gun. Before coming to the valley, I'd never seen a weapon before. Is the war the origin of this haunted feeling?
Well, we're gonna need it for when the zombies start showing up. Can I take it?
I'm looking at a gun. Before coming to the valley, I'd never seen a weapon before. Is the war the origin of this?
You can't show me a hunting rifle in the game and then not allow me to fucking use it. Man, I want Ultra Kill on PlayStation. Isn't it? It's only on Steam, right? Fuck's sake, I want to play Ultra Kill so bad. I see trailers for it and shit, and it looks so fucking cool. All without reason is fucking superb. Of course.
The text is barely legible. 3 aphorisms from the young. None should see the face of love and live. It looks like a set of aphorisms. Now to find the rest.
He's not for sale. Not because he's special to me, but because he is trash. A crazy woman made this junk. An artist. I buried her a long time ago. I'm surrounded by it, but my eyes, I can only see here. Can you bring me photos of my art? I'd like to see my work one more time. I want to see how I wasted my life. What do you think of it? Wrong. Awful. Form, color, subject. Simply awful. That was me trying to play to the crowd, to be charming. I should have grown ivy over them. At least the flood will take it all away. Was I never truly inspired? Did I really fail so completely? Let's see another. The figure is without grace or true emotion. I thought if I stood outside his door long enough in the rain, that God would let me inside. All I did was toil my fingers to pieces. I wanted to capture this valley in a piece of art. That's all. Best of luck to you. I tried my whole life and all I did was create piles of trash. Enough about my... Let me see what else you've got in that journal. My trash all on a page together, like a real art exhibit. One day, you could add my name to it. Mitziora. They might as well know who to blame. The museum vault. Every artist dreams of their work hanging on its walls. Oh my God. You'll try to go there? It's so far. It'll drain your life away trying to reach it. That is undeniably true. Your journal might end up in the vault, which means my artwork might end up there. Oh, that would redeem everything. Every wasted hour. When a dream crawls back out of your throat, it hurts. But I can do better than those little statues. I can, if you help me. This art will memorialize Cheng Valley, and we'll finish it together. Cheng Valley has many faces, many themes, characters, eras, stages of its existence. Take a look through this junk, and we'll pick one of those faces. A face to show Cheng Valley to the unborn children of the next season. You do that while I make some tea.
This instrument is so beat up, but lovingly preserved. It must have played some important tunes.
Oh, you've brought me Manchez's violin. He was a wonderful singer. We were so proud he came from Cheng Valley. He collected stories, games, and songs, and spread them across the world. You remind me of him. He died of a heart attack on a stage in a foreign land. It was a brief and powerful feeling to share the love of this singer with the rest of the world. Without him around, we have less in common. Even I loved him too. We all did. Do you want this to be our theme? Very good. And the tea is ready. In the past, I tried to control everything. My work was dead. This time, let's follow our intuition, gather some pieces, and see what happens. What magic might be hiding in this day, which will pass and never return? This tea is good for the throat. It makes me want to sing.
Chubaleni husanota, Chubaleni husane, Chubaleni husanota, Krimosanahi.
That was it. That was Cheng Valley. I thought we would capture Cheng Valley in a piece of art, but we captured it in a moment instead. A moment can never hang on the wall of a museum, but you will still carry it with you. You were the co-author of this moment. I would never have found it without you. I'll rest these weary knees, these old eyes. But you're welcome to bring me images of this valley, as long as you bring them close enough for me to see. I'll tell you what I know. There's only a little bit of today left, and then the city, the flood, the lights, the next season. Ha! All right.
Latiora is a true artist.
You should say hi to the widow and her son. They have a farm over yonder. Last I heard, she was still trying to decide what to pack. I wish I could show you around, but maybe you can bring the valley to me. You could show me photographs you've taken here, and I'll rummage around in my mind for any gems. When the war came to the valley, everyone said, "This is not our war," even as it reshaped our lives, as friends and family were killed in the night. This is not our war. Our resistance was slow, unintuitive. The golden season was like a cup filling up with marvelous drinks. Keep pouring, yes, more. But one day, it suddenly overflowed, and war came. They haven't aged a day since the prayer put them to sleep. But every time I see the soldiers, they look younger and younger to me. Almost like children now. Do I sound like I forgive them? It is the two worst thoughts to try to hold together in your mind. They were just boys, and they killed my family. The most powerful god of all, the god of sleep. Sleep. When we remember and forget together. When we toss out what needs to be in the garbage. When we gild memories worth keeping. I've learned more from my dreams than from any book. You may pray or not, but you will sleep. You will, or you will die. How could this, the true religion, make itself more clear to you? God of memory, the cruelest of all. Oh, you'll understand one day. The mercy of sleep, the mercy of forgetting. But memory has no mercy. I am sure the monk is still in there. He will not leave the valley. He will not do anything. He will not even pray. Our last monk did too much. This one. I am sure the monk is still in there. He will not leave the valley. He will not do anything. Our last monk did too much. This one. Silent writers, have you ever written words on your own home? Poetry on a dead surface? To throw up your name, to go all city, to bomb the system? These old values are particularly unknown now. Critters of the valley, don't worry about the animals. They'll leave before the flood, won't they? Yes. Silent writers, have you ever poetry throw up your... These old values are particularly unknown now. I heard so many opinions about what life would be like in this new city, but nobody really knows what it will be like. The Grey Hands don't know. They don't even know their own name. It's to be built, to be lived, to be made by us. I know a blank canvas when I see one. Oh, as soon as I saw someone wearing a uniform, I knew this season was almost over. Uniforms, groups, flags, oh, any social organization at all. That's what we've been lacking. Everyone is alone with their little life, their little grief, their own tragedy. I spared you mine. I'll root for the Grey Hands, why not? They offered to work on my teeth. I said no. I'm too old to have perfect shining teeth. It would scare away children and small animals. Yes, the water coming, the flood, the dam. I'm tired of it. What is natural? What is man-made? The dam created this valley. Of course we caused the flood. Over and over. We never learned. The golden season was like a drink. Keep pouring, yet one day, and war came. Oh, as soon as I knew any, that's what everyone I spared. I'll root for. They offered. I said no. I'm too old. It would scare away children and small animals. My last commissioned work, a misguided memorial. I made these dogs of war and spread them out around the valley, like the soldiers used to be. But the war didn't need a statue. We have the soldiers themselves, frozen in time. Yes, the water coming, the flood. What is the dam? Of course we caused the flood. Over and over. We never learned. This is Ting Valley. Someone must have been walking through and spotted some ancient graves. No, what about these people? Not remembered. Not forgotten either. So the ceremony of the random dead was born. The monks extract some memories from someone. Try to sketch their life in an evening. What would otherwise be lost? Millions of people live and die just beyond our peripheral vision. A random arm is slung along your shoulder. You make a friend, they'll never know you. Where was I? Not accustomed to talking this much. I like it. The tourists used to buy my artwork, but I aired when I started making it with them in mind. They were annoying. But their complete absence wasn't great, either. I prefer not to be inundated with them, nor to be totally cut off from the occasional visitor. You are the happy medium. For a while, that sign was torn down and put back up every other day. The poor people can only be discovered so many times before you want to scream. Be wary of anyone who claims to just be building a road. Roads are less innocent than they seem. Critters of the valley. Don't worry about the animals, won't they? Yes. I can feel the warmth coming off this picture. The place might as well be on another planet. This is your home? You lucky dove. Just wait until I get my own pair of wheels. My own army. My electric legs. I'll be over for tea. I'll meet your darling mother. You won't be able to get rid of me. I can feel the warmth coming. A place. This is just. I'll be. You won't be able to get rid of me. I can feel the warm place. This is just. I'll be. You won't be able to get rid of me.
home isolated from the rest of the valley. I've had my first experience of loneliness on this trip. I can't imagine a lifetime's worth.
Shubale nihu sanota.
Is Baby Kane? I'm actually struggling to remember. Where am I going?
Did the statue hear a word she sang? Is one note still rattling around in there? I'd like to live in a house that looks like this, forever on fire. Sometimes we're happy. Sometimes we're
I wasn't
sad.
expecting we were to have getting
always
lost in the
walking on
forest
ruins.
arc, but here we are. What was that line? Sometimes we're happy, sometimes we're sad, but we're always walking on ruins. Okay.
An instrument with the symbol of the god of memory. I remember. A calm sound comes from the strings.
I really hope there's just an East Forest path, because I'm not feeling like doing 3 more of it. I think I want to end stream once I finish this level. Obviously, this is way longer than previous ones.
I hold tight to the feeling of being almost lost. Barely lost. Wandering with conviction.
Also, I feel like I know his
If I could
voice
tell Dad
actress.
that I left home, I would describe this feeling to him in detail. Where will the birds fly to when the flood comes?
How did I get here? Okay, cemetery path. We're across that bridge now, okay.
tower has a large bell attached to it. I remember seeing the ocean for the first time, and something about the light, the water, the voices of other people, the boundary between myself and the rest of the world felt very thin. It was beautiful. There's something weird going on with this bell. Music from a trio of performers, the metal, the breeze, and my mind. This flower was broadcasting music. They're keeping the memory of the dead alive in a way I've never seen before. The text is barely legible. 3 aphorisms from the young. 1. Time moves us when we move not. There is no time. Just one more to complete the set. There isn't enough room for a cemetery in my village. Here, memory is granted space. Land is used to let the living meet the dead. Or maybe it's the other way around. Fabric negotiates with wind and gravity. The end result is flight. When I cobble together my own religion, this will be a god. I wish my thumb was more green than it is. I had an uncle who collected tools that were so old nobody knows what they were used for.
Oh, no. You said we had until midnight. I'm not ready to leave. Look at all this. Wait a minute. A cute outfit, a bicycle. You're not a Greyhand. What a relief. I'm sorry. I just assumed because who else would be... What are you doing here? You're really cutting it close. I guess I'm doing research here on the lawn. I'm studying my own life. Welcome to Tiang Valley. You should have been here a week ago when the evacuation started. Almost everyone is gone now. Oh, I hope she was nice to you. She has good and bad days. Like all of us, I guess. I hope she'll evacuate with us tonight. The monk is a lost cause, but I couldn't bear the thought of her staying behind. I hope we'll be neighbors in the Radiant City then. Look! See how they put the dimensions on the back? I recreated our future apartment here, on the lawn. This is the space we have to work with, to live in. I'm trying to really imagine what it'll be like. We're going from a big farm to one room, and we need to be packed by tonight. I already packed for myself and my son, but my husband Yuri is a little harder to pack for because he passed away recently, and I can't bring all his things. It's not realistic. His stuff is still... it's all here. It's okay. You said you're here to study the valley? My Yuri was doing the same thing. We can do this. Just need to decide. Yuri learned to paint from our neighbor, Matiora. He painted all 3 of these. This is a self-portrait he did. Kind of intense, right? He was more handsome than that. I wish he could have seen himself the way I saw him, you know? He was really lovely. Just occasional dark moods from his work. This is his portrait of me. We got into a fight over it. What's that supposed to mean? You just splatter some paint on the canvas and put my name on it? He said it was my essence. I don't know. Do you think it looks like me? He painted this for Kochi. Some kind of private joke between the 2 of them. I don't get it. They were both interested in the war and how it ended. I'm not. I just pray nothing like that will ever happen again. Which painting should I take with me? Yes, you're right. Himself from his own eyes. Something I could never see without this painting. Our old cart broke. I overloaded it. So I had to use the wheels of his bicycle. Now he's so mad he won't say a word. I've packed my essential clothes. I don't know what to do with these. This was Yuri's best suit. Maybe when Kochi grows up, it'll fit him. That's a long time away, though. My island dress. I made this for our trip to the islands, the trip we never took. It was based on a photo of a seaside Azan dance, the hours I spent on this. These are some of Yuri's clothes from when he was a kid. I thought Kochi could wear them, but he says they're itchy. So what's the use? But to throw them away, he was a little boy. He would put these clothes and go to school. He grew up. Oh, God, this hurts a little. Okay. Yes, of course we'll bring this. I should bring anything that helps Kochi remember his dad. All right, this is going well. But I feel like I'm forgetting something. Or someone. The demon of shame and mourning. How could I have forgotten? Now, where did I put him? We need to bring the demon of shame and mourning. When someone dies and you're in mourning, you're supposed to keep the demon in sight at all times. He's supposed to remind you of your regrets. It's a religious thing. These are Yuri's books. They're pretty heavy. This is an old religious book, The Prism of Yesterday. He didn't like to talk about his faith. I haven't read it much. Maybe there's a part of him in these pages, a part I never understood, that I could still glimpse. Maybe he would want me to keep this one. But I don't know. It just doesn't mean much to me. Yuri found this old tourist guide to the valley before we moved here. He was so excited, but this guide is really out of date. It's from way before the war. There's something optimistic about the colors they used. Yuri really wanted to take a trip to the archipelago together. We prepared for it a lot. Even taught ourselves a bit of the language from this book, but we never made the trip. It was always going to be soon, but it never happened. Seems like the kind of thing no one does anymore. Which should I take with me? We have a special feeling for the season just before us, the one our parents grew up in. It's like it was right there. But we missed it. We know there were horrors, but somehow everyone seems innocent. I suppose I'll be leaving the other two behind. I know they're heavy, but would you want to take one with you? Yeah, maybe you'll make it to the Azan Islands someday. Let's see how this is going so far. We'll remember Yuri's excitement coming to the valley. Kochi will be so proud to wear this suit someday. I'll remember how Yuri saw himself. I think we're almost there. Let's just look a little more. I went through all our old photos, trying to see what I might be forgetting. I love that view. Have you been up there? By the entrance to the shrine? The entrance is bigger than the shrine itself, just across the river and up the hill. It's worth visiting. The doors to the shrine open when the sun goes down. The monk is still in there. I hope he'll evacuate. That's Matiora. She lives east of here, out in the woods by the river. She said she'll evacuate, but she's still here. It makes me nervous, but I can't complain. We're still here too. That's Kochi. He was such an easy kid back then. He used to talk more, used to make up stories. I really hope the city has kids his age. It was already a small world when it was the three of us. Now he spends so much time alone. The past is such a heavy dream, and I never remember my dreams. But when I wake up, there's a cloud of feelings the dream left behind. Then the day begins. I move around, and that trace disappears. I wonder if our memories of the valley will drift away like that. Enough of these old photos. We still have work to do. My husband built these tools to study the valley. They were his life's work, and they took his life away. So what do I do with them? You can't buy tools like these. He made them. My husband didn't insult God, but maybe he stepped on his toe, and his life went out of him. There's the skin of our body that keeps us together, but there's also the skin of our minds. The skin of your mind can pop like a bubble, and everything that makes you yourself will come pouring out, and the earth will devour it eagerly, the way wind fills a vacuum. They might be incredibly valuable to a scientist on the other side of the world. I don't know. I also hate them. I get you're a curious soul, but I forbid you from using them. I don't care, but he did. He gave his life trying to understand this world. I can't keep these tools, and I can't throw them away. There's even more of them, bigger ones, out at his work shed. Okay, I'm going to turn away now. I want you to take them or throw them away. I don't want to know. This is it. Oh. I killed him. The demon of shame and mourning. What was I thinking bringing it along? What an awful tradition. Kochi, do you still want to take a final tour of the valley? Let's get those wheels back where they belong. I know what I'll carry with me. It's something I couldn't leave behind if I tried. It couldn't be crushed, like the demon. It's too many layers deep. I'll carry the part of me that's gone, that's missing. There's so much life left that flowers grow along its edges, something like that. I'm glad you came to Tiang Valley today. Thank you for being there for me. I didn't realize how much I needed a stranger's ear. Now, there's no rush, but as you try to wrap your mind around this place, feel free to come ask me questions. I'll be right here until night comes.
Can we go into a shrine yet?
I love sounds and music. If you have anything you recorded to play me.
He has been through a lot, and now we'll have to start all over again.
The sun is going down, so the shrine should be open soon. The monk is very reclusive these days. You and him are the two weirdest people I've ever met, so I like the idea of you hanging out together.
We build our lives out of what we leave behind as much as from what we carry with us. The earth gave and gave. It did not let up. Not even at the last minute. We collect the fruit of the land we know is dying. Who could forgive us? Night has fallen. The doors to the shrine must be open now.
Do you want to go on a sightseeing tour? Sure. Do you want to go on a sightseeing tour? Sure.
They seem to be looking for something. They're bringing the dam down. Eventually? I wonder if the graffiti will survive the flood.
Jacob Geller would fucking love this game, wouldn't he? I know he's made a video on Clair Obscur. I've already watched one video essay about Verso.
I try to divide the things I see between two categories, permanent and impermanent. But the division breaks down. The difference is just a feeling. What mark should I leave? The mark will be washed away, but the photo will survive. I knew once I went into the shrine, my time to explore the valley was over.
I don't think the camera is programmed on a set spline. I think they've just programmed some really fucking complex system to move the camera really fucking smoothly. There's just no way they would sub splines this complicated. It'd be easier to just fucking program a camera and like have it detect where the road is and like geometry around it and such.
The info sign earlier said they are dangerous in large numbers. I have a pendant, though. Looks like there's no one around anymore to enforce this. Has the power of this god decayed like the statue? Or is it as strong as ever? This field was absolutely full of memories. I'm glad I had my pendant, otherwise it would have been overwhelming. These slips are prayers to this god for forgetting things. Void. I prayed to the god of forgetting. I prayed to the void to take a memory from me. There was a moment of hesitation between my pendant and the god. Did I really want this? If I did, my pendant would allow it. It happened just as my mom described. There was a moment as the memory left, when I felt the absence, but then it filled itself in. I'm embarrassed to tell you this, but after that moment in front of the statue, I no longer remember my own name. Void took it from me. I tried to remember someone saying my name. I looked through my journal and realized I never wrote it down. So it's really gone. Our minds are so delicate. I held my pendant tightly after that.
Whoops. Maybe I should not have done that.
What am I without a name? Can I decide now? Did forgetting part of me make me more free? This is a season when memories echo on and on and on and on. Will the echoes fade away, or will they be cut off abruptly? There are a lot of these signs. They must really want to keep people out of this area. I found a dig site that is fenced off from view. What were they doing here? A greyhound said he left his materials behind. It should be somewhere around here. The work at the dig site has something to do with Day Zero. This is the kind of brain trouble my mom warned me about. There's a big tree with a researcher's notebook inside it somewhere. They look relieved to have finished their work. Memories and emotions condensed into a mineral. I wonder what this channel is for. They must have already shipped out all the Harpic they need. I wonder what's on this reel. What is Day Zero? Maybe I can find out more about it. They dug up all that Harpic in order to conduct some sort of prayer on Day Zero.
I've recreated the same setup as the prayer statues, right here in my workshop. I set up a singing bowl so I can verify the pattern that will form in the water. And some Harpic, of course. Each god seems to correspond to a resonating frequency. And when this vibration acts on the Harpic, we get the psychoactive response. Going to give it a try here.
I remember watching my dad make shadow puppets on the wall. Felt strange because I could see how it was done. I could see the trick of it, but it still felt kind of magical.
It worked. I do feel the more I do this, the more tired, and it feels like it takes me longer to return to the present. But now I have some control. I face the question of how this mineral affects the soil. I still have a lot of work to do. That's all for today.
A mineral that can affect the mind. The memories of the owner now turned into a beautiful mineral. What we do to the land eventually makes its way into our blood and our brains. This can define a season. The Grey Hands present one side to the public, and another is hidden behind metal fences. There is no one to oppose them. There is only my record of what they did here. Greyhands have a lot of this stuff now, for better or for worse. The bird stole a small trinket. I left the bird its prize, but home to a thieving bird. The tree looks healthy. The ritual must have worked. The tree looks diseased in this painting. This valley is so different than my village, but both places have an enormous tree watching over them. This tree will pass in the flood. What will be the end of the tree in Cairo? These signs are so demanding. I can't imagine them in my village. faded optimism of a sweet treat makes me feel sad. The golden season must have been full of such little pleasures.
Stay where you can hear me, okay?
Thank God they have electricity down here.
Did you hear from your friend in the Watery Republic? Which one is it?
The Topaz. We can get a ride with them on the coast.
Great. And we're really just gonna leave the car behind.
It's a junker anyway.
Beautiful.
I told you 786 would be our year. I sang you that whole song about it.
They sound so free and happy, just roaming around the world.
We begin in our mother's arms. We open our eyes, but she's not there. We breathe in. Where is she? She is everywhere. And we breathe out. Good morning. Welcome. Congratulations. You have just stepped into a new season. You may feel as if you're seeing the world for the first time. You may have noticed that colors are more vibrant. You may have noticed that food tastes better. What you are feeling right now is how it feels to be liberated from the past. There once was a season that was beautiful. But everyone you met, their eyes were clouded, and their necks were turned backwards. They were weighed down by loss, haunted by the nightmares of another era. Now you may feel as if a great weight has been lifted. In certain cases, you may feel an unexpendable well of energy rising up inside you, because you know there is so much to do. That the world is ours. And it can be anything we want. With your help, we're going to do it right this time. You won't be alone. There will always be a hand and a voice beside you. There will always be a song to sing.
Tear down the ruin in your mind, the wound you kept inside, can you let it go? Share now the season in your eyes, the people that you find will forget what's yours and mine in the world to come. Tear down the ruin in your mind, the wound you kept inside, can you let it go? Share now the season in your eyes, the people that you find will forget what's yours and mine in the world to come.
What if, on the other side of all our fears, is a better world? Or a worse one? What if it depends on what we do right now?
Fuck, I kind of just assumed there was a radio here. Okay, where was the other one? Oh boy. There's been several we've gone past, but I don't remember where any of them were. Come this far, I can't fuck up on the last step. Okay. I think it was back at the dig site. I don't remember exactly where.
The necessity of day zero is not just psychological, it's ecological. Because there is a compounding effect to these minerals and their psychological effect. And we see this in Tiang Valley. There is a memory and a memory of a memory and a memory of a memory of a memory. This echo effect, this recursive nature is the problem. As this cycles through the ecosystem, it creates points of pressure where things bleed, and soil and human minds are contaminated. Some will say, what's a few daytime visions? But it is an increasing risk, an increasing danger. Left alone, the haunted quality of this season will only get worse. The necessity of day zero is also to... This particular action will neutralize this phenomenon at its source. This is not an endless cycle. We are putting an end to this psychoactive material, and we are opening up space for something new.
How do they plan to remove the haunted quality of this season? Day zero will be the day between one season and the next. It will be the moment everything changes. They believe this will create a better season, that it will heal us.
Alright, we filled out everything. Been to every location. Let's go. Ending stream when we get to the next area, I think.
I've always paid when I needed something. But now I just want to thank you. The calm you brought over the world. I'm in love with this silence. This moment. We're going to live. And we're going to remember.
I can hear the relief in their voice. This must be after the end of the season of war. I knew once I went into the shrine, my time to explore the valley was over.
We're at 60% trophy-wise.
In the heart of the shrine, the void sits alone. It has wheels, but it looks like a house.
Who are you? What are you doing here? I hope this isn't your first day on the job. There isn't much season left to record. What's that? Around your neck? That's a pendant. You're wearing a pendant. My God, I've read about those. A pendant to burner, 5 memories, 1 for each sense. Who did you make the pendant with? And who lost the memories, you or her? I see. And what was something you burned? You burned a paper bird and a memory? Interesting ritual. Similar to what we do here, but different. Yeah. Why do I? Your mind will make it into the next season intact. You're protected by 5 senses, 5 lost memories. What about everyone else? You ever think about that? Well, I don't need one. I'll be right here until the flood takes me. The first days of a new season are just so damn hopeful. Feeling that kind of hope again would kill me. I'd rather drown. Of course. Few things are as painful. I told you I read about them. Look at you, protected. The rest of the world is not so lucky. Me, the people you've met on your way here, nobody else is protected. You think everyone makes it into a new season intact? Tell that to the boys face down in the parking lot. You know things are about to change. I can tell. A collective pendant to protect a group instead of one person. You're welcome to try. My memories are all over the shrine. You can have them, destroy them, whatever you want. Asking an old monk to invent a new ritual. Let me die in peace. That old doll. What is that? Touch? Everybody had that doll. You'll want a memory for... What did you call it? A collective pendant? Ah, a child left this doll here. A tourist. Is that enough? I guess I won't forget it now. I'll forget it when the flood comes. Music in the air. I hear it. I used to play this at breakfast. The woman who took care of me would cook, and I'd dance around. When I was older, I'd cook, and she'd sit and try to sway to the beat. That fruit is an acquired taste, but go ahead, try it. Do you like the taste? It takes time. I remember long ago when I was a beautiful human being sneaking into the orchards with another boy before we knew what was romantic and what wasn't. Stealing those fruits, pretending to love the taste. Pretending to love the taste and pretending not to love each other. Both of us pretending. Smiling and laughing until it became true. Oh, it's so good. He was a tourist, that boy. Left me heartbroken like so many others. Do I love the taste of the fruit now? I don't know. Do I love being alive? What choice do I have? That smell. The bark of the esto tree. I married couples underneath that tree. One day the tree was struck by lightning. An old couple came to see me, very worried. They'd been married under the tree long before I was a monk. They thought it was a bad omen for their marriage. They were so old. They'd been married for so long, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We turned the remains of the tree into this incense. I told the couple to burn the incense, that it would help. Oh, they were relieved. An old ritual turned into a new one. Maybe that's what you're trying to do here. I remember seeing lights like these in the forest one night. It was Manches, the famous singer. The only time I ever got to see him sing, but my eyes were on the crowd. Seeing their faces in electric light, the joy of it. I grew up in a time when we thought our lives could be connected by electricity. How could we hate each other when we all loved the same person? A brief, beautiful delusion that the world was knitting itself together. He dies, the war starts, a season ends. Did I tell you already? Hope is the most painful thing in the world. That's 5. 5 memories, 5 senses.
An old monk surrounded by his memories. Is this a shrine to a god? Or is it a shrine to his past?
My name is Ezel. I was the last monk of Tiang Valley. I never finished my exams to be a monk, but I'm the only one left. I took becoming a monk for granted because I grew up around them. If you're including a ruin like me, you must be serious about recording this season. What will you write about me? No, I chose to remain in this season. I was orphaned by the war. The monks found me on the coast, wandering alone, shell-shocked. Sonia, the head monk, took care of me. I saw things I shouldn't have. She helped me erase those memories. If I had any memories of my family, I lost them too. But at least I didn't wake up screaming anymore. I was so afraid of accidentally calling her Mom. She was the head monk, even before she ended the war. Sonia was an imposing figure. I slept, I forgot, and I grew. The soldiers came to the valley. Sonia hated the war for taking my family, like it took so many others. The most powerful prayers are always made out of desperation. She figured out how to amplify our sleep prayer, a prayer that could end a season. No one had ever done anything like that. She sent me to the coast to turn on the light posts, to signal that the season would end soon. I used to go to the light posts alone, just to dream about another season, to dream about being born in another season, to die in another season, to imagine a life where I wasn't afraid to have hope. I'd like you to have one of these photos, to carry it with you to wherever you're going. Really? Why? She was, to me. They've shut off the power. Won't be long now. Imagine the waves rolling in here. The water so deep that light won't reach us. I should pray one last time. We should both pray right now. Your pendant, the sacrifice your mother made to keep you safe. It might be possible to pass on this blessing, to divide its power among the people you've met on your journey, to shepherd them into the next season. For a truly strong player, we would need to use up the power of your pendant. I'm not sure it would work. It's never been done before. But I know it would weaken your pendant. In that case, nobody would be protected. Before you light the candle, I want you to think hard about if you want to do this. Do you want to pass on this blessing and leave yourself vulnerable? Or will you continue your role as a vessel of memory?
They were kind to me. They're already losing so much. Change is not always bad. They will be reborn in another season. I need to be sure someone will remember this season. There needs to be at least one witness. Someone to carry this season into the future. That is what I set out to do. I promised her I wouldn't do anything to my pendant. That was why she let me go. She told me I had to remember everything. That it was my role.
All right.
I feel the choice, don't speak it aloud, no need. It puts my mind at ease knowing you will be safe. You'll witness much more across seasons. We will leave it to the gods.
It's not like it's fucking hard to make this pendant. It's extremely easy. It'll cost you 5 objects, but that can be 5 objects out of fucking thousands. It's pretty easy to make.
We sink these words into the fragile earth to accompany lost souls. Listen to the record of our lives spinning and the old woman tapping her foot to the music. Taste the fruit we stole from the orchard and pretend to love the taste until you truly do. Feel the fabric of a lost doll. Smell the incense of an old evening sun, the caretaker prayer, the scent of the woods and the wedding tree. Turn your eyes to the colored lights. The faces in the crowd are the faces of your children. We offer this prayer on behalf of our companions. Let them find themselves with senses warm and ready for the life of the season to come. You have the sounds of the moment. The moment is already past. We've done all we can. I need to take you out of this place. It can't end here. Let's go.
The true end of the Tiang Valley was not the flood coming. It was when these people would go their separate ways. At the last possible moment, I saw them as a community. No matter what happens, I will carry the memory of these people into the next season. The Grey Hand arrived. He had what he called passports for everyone. He said they were supposed to have a photo, but that his camera was broken and he wanted to use mine. I saw in these little papers the beginning of a new world. He asked me if I could help him. I had only one moment to decide. I said, yes. The Grey Hand thanked me. He gave me a pin and told me their new name would be Floral Path. The monk said he felt like driving all night.
Listen closely. The road behind you leads to the coast. There's an old warning system on the beach, an emergency light that can be seen from the other side of the ocean. You can warn the rest of the world about the change of season. All you have to do is turn it on. It was built to survive anything. I'm sure it still works. Do you understand? Of course.
Easel lives.
I've been thinking about that all night. I have this idea to turn my van into a shrine. For every sermon I preach, I'll listen to 10, and you will remember everything. You will survive everything. Rest transparent in the spirit that gives you rise. Farewell.
By Tiang Valley, exit valley before flood enters it. Alright. I really like this symbolism of passport. There was a poem I read about that. Well, not solely about that, but it was a part of it. It's very interesting. All right. Jolly good. I'm pretty sure we're over halfway done. We have 12 of 16 trophies. And one of those trophies was to follow the kid on the tour of the valley, which I didn't want to do because I was not interested. Because I knew, he would take us around the whole fucking thing, and I didn't feel like he would add anything, so didn't bother with that. Uncovers some kind of secret romance, and then 2 hidden trophies, it seems. Oh no, that's it. Uncovers some kind of secret romance, follow a little kid on a bike to a valley, and then this is the last trophy. Oh shit, so the game might end in like 10 minutes. That's entirely possible. Alright. Yeah, so everything I said earlier, I still kind of, I still think some of the stuff is a bit heavy-handed. Some of the lines in this game go hard. So I've been screenshotting a decent amount of them. Like the line from the artist, I don't even remember her name. They were just boys and they killed my family. That goes hard. And I like that character for Monk. But anyway, here we go. Obviously, I'm pretty sure quite close to the end of the game. Cool beans.